Good afternoon, everybody. It is Saturday afternoon, my friends, and I am back. Let's get some screen up here. welcome, everyone. I getting a late start today. It was up until 2 a.m. playing 2:30 actually 2:30 a.m. playing Craftopia with Shin and them. So I'm kind of dragging my butt a little bit today, being an old man today. Anyway, we got some stuff to do. We've managed to make progress pretty much every stream, which is really awesome. And I'm hoping to continue that trend today. I think a couple things. I want to finish the authentication loop for two-factor auth. We have it where you can register a user and you can register your two-factor auth, and we verify that you've registered your two-factor auth correctly. Now I need to integrate that with the actual login page if you have it turned on. Do that extra authentication check. And then I need to get a bunch of the other kind of stuff going. So I want to get ThymeLeaf integrated in such a way that I can use it without having to jump through a whole lot of hoops. I was looking at how they recommend their setup be, and they recommend that you have all your HTML pages that your view pulls in snippets, and frankly that's kind of stupid. I mean, it's good and it's also stupid, because that means that every single page you do, even if you want the pages to have common headers and stuff, you got to constantly pull in those common headers. So I was looking around, and someone there's some code online someone put out there on, I think, Stack Overflow, where they basically did it a more sane way, which is have your view integrate into a larger format. You have a default template and it's got all the stuff in it, and then you can pull in, and then your stuff just kind of plugs into the body of it, which is much more sane way of doing it. So I'm going to see if I can integrate that way. And then I got to get the CSS and SCSS going with Tailwind. So I want to try to get all that stuff, if I can, get all that framework stuff sort of in place so we can start to actually get something that looks halfway decent. And then we got to figure out what colors I want the site to have, because I am not doing a light mode, dark mode thing. It's going to be dark mode, but I got to figure out, since I'm not good at aesthetic things, I got to figure out what colors. There's websites out there that are here's colors that all kind of work together. So I got to kind of look through some of that and see if I can find different swatches that seem to work well with one another, as far as a dark mode goes. So those are the plans today. Lots of plans. We'll see how far I manage to do things. Also, I would like to, if possible, write some test cases for the login page and stuff like that. Those I may or may not. Those I may actually do off camera, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of me just kind of doing one-offs and trying to see like, okay, that didn't quite work. Let's try this. This didn't quite work. Let's try that kind of thing. So we'll see. But one way or the other, I do want to get to test coverage and stuff on all of that from the very jump, you know. And then also, one way or the other today, we're going to tackle three things: the cores, headers. I'm going to do them manually because screw all this nonsense where it's not coming through. The content security policy headers, and also blocking certain HTTP verbs. So basically, I'm just going to have filters and interceptors to do both of those things, and just call it a day rather than trying to get all this to actually work, because it's not actually working and I don't know why, and it's not worth it at this point. At this point, it's just like, just write the damn headers manually and call it a day, right? Because it just, like, you can sit here. I've spun my wheels on this core stuff for 3-4 weeks now, and still nothing. So through that noise, we'll do it live. We'll do it manually, as the case may be. All right, so first things first, we're back to doing the authentication stuff. So our user registration stuff is working. As far as like getting like QR codes in there and getting users in there and all that stuff. And getting my password in. So now I need to actually integrate them. Oh, you know what? I'll do this now. Before I do these changes, there's also, oops, that's not the right one. There's also Dependabot fired off and has a bunch of dependency updates here with pull requests. Let me just take care of these while they're on my mind here before I make more changes locally here. So bump the check style plugin, and that's, what's it, from 321 to 322. The string utils with commons line 3. Oh, okay. Oh, Alright, that seems fine. Let's just approve that. And we'll merge that down. Delete that branch. So then we got here logback classic 146 to 147. Revert, merge commit, fix logback, thread pool executor. Okay, everything looks okay. So we'll take care of that as well. Merge that. Firm. Delete that branch. Right. And Makito. What we got here? Release notes. Do bug fixes. Null pointer exception fixes. Jupyter. Really constraint. Okay, looks like mostly just small bug fixes, so that's good. So we'll approve that and merge it. Cool. Those are done now. Yeah, I did get hit by the butt, Shin. And here's what bothers me. All those chat messages, not only have I banned the bot, not only have I reported that and banned it, I've also went through and manually deleted all those messages, and they keep coming back. So that's a little bit frustrating. Like, I literally went through last stream before I started the stream, and I went and deleted all those messages individually. They marked out as deleted, and then it just, as soon as you start a new stream, they all come back in because they added the new chat history, right? And apparently their chat history doesn't take into account the deleted flag on stuff, so it just keeps re-showing it, which is just very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. Yeah. Let me stay here. Like I can delete that. Delete. Like every stream I gotta go through and delete these things again. Which is really terrible. Hopefully that's something that they are working on. That one, delete it, delete it. And it's like the bot author knew that this was a problem. Because all these messages came in at the exact same moment, so it sent like 20 messages at the exact same moment just to be even more of a pain in the balls here. Yeah, there we go. They're all deleted again. You can't pre-ban someone. Just tried and couldn't. Yeah. Yeah, that's they got a couple things they need to work out. I mean, there's like, you know, there's releasing when you've got an MVP, and then there's releasing when you haven't really thought your MVP through. And I get the feeling like they didn't really put a whole lot of thought into some of this stuff. They're just like, well, just throw the chat out there and then we'll figure out all the bugs later, or figure out all the ways that people exploit it later. And I get it to an extent, but you know, some of this stuff is just like blatantly obvious. You know, you just put like a little bit, even a tiny bit of thought into it. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I just hope that they fix this stuff fast. I mean, it seems like they were iterating pretty quickly on some things with the chat, and I just hope they kind of go through and fix that stuff relatively quickly. Because it's the little annoyances like that over time will start to really become even bigger. And that bot actually hit me while I was live too. Like, it wasn't like after hours or anything like that. I was live at the time. I saw all the messages just come in all at once. That was fun. Okay. So I merged those pull requests, and then I should be able to just pull that down. There we go. Cool. Okay. So we got that out of the way, just so before I start making a whole lot of changes and then have to tell Dependabot to like rebase itself. And just do that. We don't have to worry about it. Okay, so now I want to actually integrate fully so we got the user stuff being created. Now I need to do the stuff in the authentication provider to pull to actually do the validation. And then we have to add something to the the thing that does the login handling, to let it know that it's got an additional field to take into account at times for the 2FA stuff. So what I want to look at is I had a thing open for this. Yeah, so registration process, enable two-step verification. Oh yeah, and I gotta give the users a way to modify their stuff too at some point, but I'm not worried about that right now. Where is this? The custom authentication provider. That's what I have here, right? Yes. Okay. So they're overriding the authenticate, which I don't think is really necessary. I feel like I can do this in the one that I'm in here, which is additional authentication checks. I feel like that would be the right place to do it. So it says allows subclasses to perform any additional checks of a returned or cached user details for a given authentication request. Generally, a subclass will at least compare the get credentials with a user details get password. Custom logic is needed to compare additional properties of user details and or username password authentication token. These should also appear in this method. Yeah, that's what I figured. So, username password authentication token, user details. So I think it'll come back in user details. How do they do it here? Custom authentication provider. Freaking robocalls. Auth provider. Detail source. So I did this already. What are they doing here? Doing auth get detail verification code. So I'm wondering if that is necessary because of the changes I have to make to the login page. Source. So here's the custom web authentication detail. This is security configuration accepted extra parameter verification token. Custom authentication details. Source. So if that is let me do that first, I think. What I want security. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, Hex web authentication details source. Hex web authentication details. Verification code 2FA. Okay, so I already did this stuff. 2FA. And then in the security thing here. For the auth provider, is it the auth provider that they had to do it on? Filter chain, authentication details, source off of that. So authorize form login. Form login, where's the form login at? Authentication details source, authentication details source. Which is that? Okay, so I've already got that. So I've got all that. I got all that wired in already, so that's good. So really, I just have to. So really, it's the authentication provider that I only have left to do. Plus, adding the code to the thing. That was already part of. It would be a part of the user authentication detail. Where does that come in at? That's not part of user detail. Is it? I don't think it's in here either. No, not in there either. How would that even get to the additional authentication check? I guess that's why they did it as authenticate here. Because there'd be no way for it to get to the other. Yeah, I guess that's what it comes down to. So get rid of that and then override the authenticate. How would I get it out of here? Oh, they cast it to custom. Okay. Okay, I got it. Thing is though, I mean, I could make it so that I mean, part of me wants to hide the authentication code field for people who don't have it enabled. But I don't know who you are until you put your username in and stuff. So the only way to do that would be to not have it on the page and then redirect you back to that page again with the auth code, or even ask for the auth code on a second page. Or I just put it on the login page, and if you type anything in there and you don't have it turned on, it doesn't matter. I'm kind of leaning towards, because that would, your casual hacker would probably look at that and go, oh, I need to give an authentication code. And I don't have that, so maybe that would frustrate them, even though it wouldn't, it would only be needed if you actually had one. But I could see that also confusing people. Although I guess I could just put the word optional after it, and then we're done. And you just know that you don't need it if you don't have it enabled. Because above all else, I kind of want to make it so you don't have multiple, like, I can introduce multiple steps into the process, because most do it in multiple steps. But I'm thinking about other areas of the system where I'm going to force you to log in again, even if you're already logged in. Like when you're trying to get your stream key, or you're trying to change like sensitive information. Like, I'm going to force you to log in again. Make sure that you are you and you're not just hijacking someone's session. Which is what the big problem that YouTube's been facing, where creators are losing access to their accounts because, websites are stealing their session tokens from their cookies and just bypassing all the login checks. So in this case, there'd be certain things, like, you'd still be able to do that, but there'd be certain things that you wouldn't be able to change. Like, you wouldn't be able to look at the stream key without having to log in again. You wouldn't be able to look at, like, change your profile or something like that. Maybe a few other things without authenticating again. And if I'm going to be doing that, I'd rather it not be a two-stepper. I'd rather it be just here's the login page again, enter your stuff, and then shove off. So I think I will put the authentication code field on the page, and we'll just put the word optional after it, and just roll from there. And if there's confusion, then I can just kind of try to mitigate that a little bit. I would think just having the word optional there would be enough for people to be like, oh, okay, I don't know what this is, so, but I'm not forced to fill it out. So I think that might be the way to go. So we have new. What are they doing here? They're doing all the authentication themselves here. Oh no, they're doing they're calling Super Authenticate. That's good. Okay. They are using the authentication routines from Spring to do the actual password checking. But they're also doing their own stuff in here. So I wonder why they're returning new username password authentication token here. Like, wouldn't Super Authenticate return you that? So wouldn't you just say return super.authenticate off and call it a day? I don't know why they're rewrapping that. It just seems weird. Because they're not adding anything to it, right? Are they adding... Well, wait a minute. Are they adding user to it? User repository, find my email. I guess technically they're adding user to it. But you would think the Super Authenticate's already going to do the user lookup. It's a bit weird. That is a bit weird. Let me see. See what this does. So yeah, user retrieve user from, I assume from my user details. Yeah, user details retrieve user. Which I override, right? Instance of and password token class blah 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 string username determine username. How does it do this? Non-provided authentication get name. Cache was used. User from cache. Retrieve user. Add credentials. User. Create success authentication. Yeah, which just creates the authentication token. Details, yeah, so that would be, we just use that. Now what I'm curious about is the retrieve user. Authentication provider. User. How subclasses actually retrieve user details from implementation specific location with the option of throwing authentication exception. Subclass not required to perform any caching. I feel like, didn't I? override. I should have overridden a retrieve user somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't have any idea how to get to my... Because I've completely renamed the table. Where the hell did I do that? Is the question. Code password. Details. I assume... So in the DAO, I would assume it calls load user by username. It has to, right? This is the only thing that actually goes out to get the user stuff. So it must be calling that at some point up the chain. Okay. So this line here is actually still correct. All I really had to do then is I do have to retrieve the user again because I got to see if their two-factor auth is turned on. So they're really retrieving the user like twice at this point, but I guess that's fine. To do it in user repository, find by email. Okay, so that's... What's the... Wait, what was the first part of this? Oh, they're getting the verification code right away. I mean, yeah, I guess you could get that right away because it's just there in memory. You're not doing any lookups. So... Although I kind of don't want to do it until I've actually got... So let's do... Or, what is it? Off. Tools, thing it here. What am I doing here? Public, or no, public. Private, user off service. The component, right? I would think, is that how they have it over here? I don't have anything on it here, which is just interesting and weird. Wait, user auth service? No. Where's my DAO at? Authentication DAO. By username. Get name. Guessing. They did. Yeah, auth get name. All right, if user null. Oops. Credentials exception. say if user dot get used if a if a, then we do our two-factor checks here. Now, did I put this service here? I did. UTP service. Yep. UTP service. UTP service. Right, and then we say so string the code. Okay, Shin. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good stream as well. Auth code equals, let me think. Wait, no. Next, web authentication details. Authentication. That's verification code. And then put it UTP service. Verify secret and then code. Yes, the user get secret and then auth code. But wait a minute here. Let me put some checks in here. If string util is blank, is any blank, secret code and false. That way, if I end up if they don't fill out the code or there's no secret in the database for them, then they are not verified. Done and done. I don't have to do the check in here then. Hey, Broke and Mainless, what's up? Let's see what we have here. Good at tech, you're DevOps, you're also good at drawing. Behave while you're passing even if I'm good at it. I'm going to change the management position because you want power and money to climb the corporate ladder. How do I do this? The only thing I could tell you is to find a mentor. It's the best way I could put it. Like, if there's a place you're working at has management positions open, Tech is full of aggressive nerds that try to prove that they are smarter to each other. I mean, depends on where you work, right? The most antisocial thing. Well, so, I mean, yeah, again, it depends on where you work. Now with work from home, people are also getting autistic. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a nerd always there to smarter and take your job. Literally a rat race. Well, sure, there's his salary cap at some point. Yeah, but I mean, there's some of that. Some of that is, some of that's related to tech, and some of that isn't related to tech. You know what I mean? Some of that is inherent in business, and some of that is tech. So the antisocial stuff does tend to rear its head more in tech, because you've got a lot of people who, instead of being out partying and learning how to operate in social situations, they had their noses in books, and were just studying. And yeah, I'm very much a product of that. And so they're not, their social graces tend to not be very good. They're generally good people, usually. They just don't really know how to behave sometimes. You didn't even finish your university because you're lazy and hated it? Trash talking others to prove you're smarter is not good people behavior. Well, no, I agree. I agree that the trash talking is not really acceptable. That's not professional either. You want to finish it? Well, I would say it's beneficial to finish university depending on what your degree is going to be. Or at least depending, like, it sounds like you want to do, so you're going to do a comp sci degree. Okay. I have a comp sci degree. MBA, so I mean, that'll help you with your, trying to get an MBA and stuff. Feel like corporate's like, yeah, I mean, that's sure, it's how can I put this? How's the best way to put this? The people with the skills are always the ones who are the cogs in the machine and not the ones running the machine. if that means anything. The more skills you have, the better you are at it, the more likely you're not going to be in a position of management and all that stuff. That's just kind of how it is. You know, people who manage tend to be ones who've stepped away from all that stuff, or maybe weren't particularly good at it in the first place. That's not always the case, but that tends to be the case more often than not, particularly in technology circles. So, I mean, everything takes effort, right? I think you have an idea that the people in management are just sitting back and collecting paychecks and not really doing anything. And, depending on how much management there is, there might be some of that. Depending on how big the company you're in is, there's a lot of that. I can tell you from just working in larger companies that, yeah, there's definitely some dead wood around. Even as a tech, sometimes I don't. Well, see, that's. The workflow is easier as a manager. Okay, I disagree there, because as someone who's fiercely tried to stay out of management, I feel like I don't want management's workflow, because the meetings and stuff are, because the problem with being a manager is that you're now judged by how well everyone below you is doing, and if they're messing up, it doesn't matter how good a manager you are, you're not gonna get a very good review. Writing code is frying your brain. Well, I mean, it sounds to me like, I don't know. I'm not sure if the case is that you're not enjoying. So here's the question: are you enjoying the act of creating stuff, or are you not? Is it just a means to an end? Is the real question. You want to boss people around. So, okay. And your wealth. Flex your salary on your. I can't help you with any of that, unfortunately. It sounds to me like you're in tech only because of the perceived money that's there, and there is some money there, but it's there's still a lot of work that has to be done there. You know what I mean? Maybe you'd be happier in finance or something like that, or do Wall Street or something. It sounds like it's just a means to an end, and you could certainly try all that stuff. The best, no Wall Street, no money. Well, the world's the only way to get rich. Okay. I mean, so let's just put it this way. I am fundamentally, there's nothing I can really say that would help you, because fundamentally money doesn't give me happiness, I guess. Money is just a means to put food on the table and to pay the bills for me. It's not something that I use as status or anything like that. I couldn't care less. I enjoy what I do and I like what I do. And so that's why I do it. That's why I code. And yeah, I'm not really like there's I've been asked to go into management and I've declined. I just don't want to do that. I want to write code and stuff. So there's not really a whole lot that I could say that would be beneficial to what you're trying to do, because you're getting you want something that I have no concept of at the end of the day, right? Do I love working? Yes, I love working. Would I work for no money? No, I wouldn't work for no money. But I have worked for significantly less than what I'm getting now. I mean, when I started out of college, I had a computer science degree. This was 2001, 2002. The tech bubble had just burst. I finally got a job at a small startup, and I was making 30 grand a year, which is nothing today. But it was something, and I eventually, you know, climbed up much higher than that. But I still enjoyed what I was doing. You know what I mean? Like, I enjoyed writing code. I wouldn't do it for no money, because you got to eat at the end of the day. And I did have it in my head that I wanted to make sure that I was making enough that I never had to worry about bills. You know, like the simple stuff. Because I remember my parents just like, I used to sit at the table while my mom was going through the bills each month, and I remember there were months when it was just like, it was super tight, you know, like down to like a few dollars left in her checking account for the week, after doing all the bills and stuff. And I just remember telling myself then, I want to make enough that I don't have to be worried about that stuff. Beyond that, I didn't care much. You know, it's like, you know, I just wanted enough to be, you know, self-sufficient and not be constantly worried. You want power money, you never want to feel hopeless again. Yeah. I think though, I mean, the difference is that I had no, like, I have no, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess the difference is that I just sort of, my motivation is the work, not necessarily the money. And I don't know where you fall on that. It sounds like you're falling more on your motivation is the money, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with being motivated by money. But there comes a point where, um, you know, there comes a point where you need something else too. Like, I feel like, what if computers didn't exist? What would you do then? Well, my plan B was to be an author. My plan B was to write novels. Not particularly good at it, but I could have been like a corporate writer or something, you know, like documentation and stuff like that. That was my plan B. Well, sure, yeah. I mean, money. That's unemployment degree. Well, but it's something that I enjoyed, right? It's like I mean, sure. By that logic, there would be no artists in the world, right? Because artists have never been paid well for what they do, right? You know what I mean? So it would be like why would you paint anything? You're going to be a starving artist the rest of your life. It's like, well, some people just enjoy their stuff, and people could live on lower means, you know? Artists are broke and trash. Art is just a distraction. Yeah, I think, I mean, that's where our fundamental differences are right there, is that I enjoy I enjoy the creativity and creating stuff. I am not as money motivated. And again, there's nothing, like I said, there's nothing wrong with being money motivated, but it's not, unless you have something else, it's not, I suspect it's not going to lead to happiness, right? You're just going to have a lot of money and it's not going to do anything for you. You know what I mean? Some people enjoy playing video games all day. Well, sure. But, and some people get paid good money to play video games all day. Like, I mean, people have been able to turn that into a bit, well, not good money, but they've been able to live off of it, you know? If you can live off of playing video games all day, then awesome. I mean, at the end of the day, there's there's reality, and then there's that kind of strikes you, right? It's like, if you want to be independent, then you kind of have to do what you got to do to make money. There's plenty of people who work jobs that they don't like, but they do it because they need to provide for themselves, right? And then they come home and they find the time to do the things they do like to do. You know? Media job sucks. Your public eye always. Well, sure. I mean, it's not something that I would do. Climb a corporate ladder. There's a power reward there. I sure. I mean, I guess the thing is, I mean, you keep saying you want to climb the ladder. It's rare for someone to climb the ladder without putting a lot of effort in. Right? The only way you climb a ladder without putting effort in is if you were born into money to begin with. You know? So that means, and what that means is that you're going to be unhappy for a while until you get to a place where till you get to a point on that ladder where you're more happy. You know what I mean? Like, that means you're going to do a lot of basically shit tasks until you are no longer the low man on a totem pole, or a low person on a totem pole, you know? think it's a mental problem. I mean, maybe. There's a cultural aspect to it too. I guess so. I mean, that's what it comes down to is. I mean, everybody. So, I think there's. I think you might have an idea in your head that nobody else is ambitious. And, you know, even though I enjoy what I'm doing, I'm still ambitious. I still like to I still like to learn new things. I just don't necessarily want to climb a ladder, right? Like, I'm just kind of like, I am enjoying what I'm doing, and I'm still learning new stuff every day, and I still have the ambition to do that stuff. I think you're equating ambition with the desire to be rich and wealthy, and those two things are not necessarily the same thing. One can be a means to another, but they're not necessarily the be all and do all, you know? Rare for techie to get no, it's not rare for a techie to get a management job. No. Especially in tech it's you know, if you're really good at what you do, they're usually ready to pull the management chair out for you and get you into management. It just wasn't for me. I was offered management stuff at many different places, but I turned them all down because I want to just write code. I don't really have a desire to lead people necessarily. Because what it does is it ends up filling your day with meetings and reports and other things, and not doing the actual work to be successful, right? Your success is now tied entirely to the people under you, and unless you're motivational in a good way, and unless you're really good at getting rid of roadblocks, you're still tied to your success is tied to their success. You know what I mean? Working makes you tired and sad. Yeah, I mean, that's life. That's life. I mean, let's put it this way: if no one had to, if we were in a society, a post-scarcity society, where money was no longer a thing, there'd be a lot of people who would just kind of drift, you know? And there'd be a lot of people who just who just play video games all day, or there'd be a lot of people who just, who go off and pursue whatever they want to pursue. I mean, that's the way it is, but we're not there, so we're kind of forced to do the work because we have to, you know? I'm gonna put on a suit and do all the night stuff. Well, like I said, I mean, you say you're good at tech, and that's great and all. But if you're not feeling fulfilled by that, then maybe another, getting your MBA and then going into maybe another line of work that's not tech, maybe the thing to do. You know what I mean? Maybe you'll find another industry that you enjoy. There's plenty of one. I mean, finance, there's plenty of suits in finance. There's plenty of suits in other things. You know what I mean? Working from home is depressing you. Again, there's plenty of places that have gone back to the office. You know, and I can understand the work from home being depressing, because especially if you need people around you. Me, I'm the opposite. I'm enjoying the hell out of working from home. The only way you get rich in Europe is to join a corporation. Well, but like I said, I mean, Europe has other industries too. You know what I mean? I mean, sure, tech is big there, I'm sure. And, you know, there's other things too. I mean, there's nothing that says that you don't have to, yeah, but you need networking. Sure. Yeah, I mean, you need networking for most of that stuff. But I think you've got to, I think you're trying to, how's the best? I don't know what the business world is like in Europe. I know here in the States, there is a path to management that doesn't require connection, right? It's a little bit harder, but it's there. You know, you can come in at the ground floor of something and be, you know, like a line manager, and then work your way up to upper management over the years. I don't know what it's like overseas, but there's definitely a path here to do that. You know, well, yeah, it's going to take years and years. Yeah, you want fast rewards? The only way you're going to get fast rewards is to make your own business. You know what I mean? Like, I think you want to skip to the end of the process, and very few people get to skip to the end. There's only money, but there's no power. You don't want to do. I've worked in plenty of startups. There's a lot of money in startups. There's a lot of venture capital money and stuff that gets poured into startups. Millions and millions of dollars. Startups that go nowhere. They just exist as a early retirement scheme. You know. There's a lot of those going around. It's just there's no getting around it. You can't just like. Again, if you're not born into it, you're not going to be able to skip the line, right? Unless you go do your own thing. So that's the problem. Small and mid-sized companies, slave owner business model. Hires poor students as contractors to sell to other businesses. There are disadvantages to small startups. The disadvantage being that you work very closely with upper management people who are not usually very pleasant to work with. But there's also if you want a fast track, there's no faster track than getting into a small business that then grows. I know that from my own experience. Like the first job I went into, we only had 20 people when I joined, and 4 years later we were up to 400 people. And everyone who was in that first 20 ended up in pretty high up on the rungs there. So you want a fast track, you got to find a company that's about to take off, that's tiny, you know. As much as you might not like small companies, there's always the being there first ability, you know. Most startups die, they don't take off. It's true, most startups die. Yeah, like I said, I mean, there's an element of luck there. You have to be extremely lucky. If you want to fast track something, there's a lot of luck involved. Or there's a lot of positioning yourself to be lucky. So this is one of the things that I've said, is that, you know, junior developers are often you know, complaining that they, you know, oh, I didn't get in on this, or you know, I can't move up this way. I can't, you know, I'm kind of stuck in a dead end position and all this stuff. And it's like, well, what skills do you have? What are you doing? What kind of learning are you doing on the side? Are you positioning yourself in a way that you can get lucky and find a job that really is what you want, you know? That's how it is. You gotta have the skills that people are looking for before they know they're looking for them. Almost. I mean, you gotta have enough. It's like it's the lottery problem, right? You can't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket. And in this sense, buying a ticket is having the skills necessary and being in the right place in the right time, you know. If you don't have any of that, then it's much harder to get lucky. Excuse me. Find another job, better money, we have to start again. Yeah, I mean, I was changing jobs quite a few times in there. In emotionally attached jobs. Well, I mean, again, it's I think your jobs feel like mental break. It's definitely it's hard because you build up these relationships with people and you know what's expected of you, and then suddenly you gotta change and you're in something completely different and you don't know what's expected of you and you don't really know the people yet. It takes a while to relearn everything. But it's part of it, you know. What the hell? What is this? Okay, get rid of that. So it's yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, if you can, the market favors people who can hit the ground running, you know. You can go in and you can, like, I know, not so much on the East Coast of the United States, but on the West Coast, like, the only way you get a raise is by changing jobs, pretty much on the West Coast. So you get kind of used to being thrown into the deep end. So it's, you don't want to, yeah. I think it takes so much time. I think you have, I think, yeah. I mean, I think you're looking at it with very rose-tinted glasses. And the reality of the situation is, dirtier and muckier, you know, um, than it looks like, you know. It's just the way it is, you know. You're frustrated at where you're at, and you want to move up, but the only way to do that is to putter around and spend a lot of time doing stuff you don't like. I mean, I didn't just, you know, I've been doing this for 20 years this year. And I spent my first 10 years, 7 to 10 years, just, you know, doing stuff that I enjoyed, but at the same time was, you know, very, you know, unrewarding, unfulfilling. And I still have plenty of times when I have unfulfilling tasks that I have to deal with, even today. But you go through them because you know on the other side of it is something that you do want to do. It's something that you will enjoy on the other side. So it's like things are, you know, it's a roller coaster, you know. Things are really good, things are really suck, things are really good, things really suck. You know. Like you're working for nothing. Mediocre. Well, no power, no respect. Okay. Getting milked for code. They just want those git commits. Yes. Absolutely. So here's what I've I don't know, I guess you'd call this a coping mechanism or something. I've worked for plenty of people, CEOs, who were just out for themselves, and I was just there, you know, to run through the muck and get code out. I was just a code monkey. I was just a code monkey, getting code out there. Didn't matter what kind of state it was in. It just needed to get out the door, so that they could line their pockets with cash. And it does get, you know, at first it's depressing because you see all the corners that are being cut. You see all the extra effort you're putting in, the 2 a.m. bug fixes, all that stuff that you're going through, and it feels like, you know, it feels unfair, certainly. And what I came to realize, or what I came to at least cope, I guess, with over the years, is that there are, like, everybody has their role, right? Like, I wasn't born into a wealthy family. I don't have a name that demands anything, respect or anything like that. And so to shake my fist at clouds and be like, why wasn't I born into this wealth and all that stuff? Or to pound my fist on the glass ceiling, wasn't really helping. Because it doesn't change the environment that you find yourself in. It just makes you miserable and makes you prone to mistakes and stuff. It makes you prone to not see avenues of advancement, right? Whereas if you just kind of take a step back and be like, look, it's a marching band, and I am the loudest at the back that no one cares about. But I'm gonna blow that flute as well as I can, because maybe I'll do it well enough that I'll get discovered and be able to move up. That's just kind of the deal, and some of that is just like, it sucks. It sucks to not be the hero of your own story. But it's life as well, But I mean, that's the thing, right? Like we all see ourselves as the hero of our own story, right? Everyone sees themselves that way. We're all flying in to save the day, and in reality, if we were to see each other through other people's eyes, we're just some random merchant NPC standing on the corner saying, please buy my bread for 50 gold. That's a little, I get that that's a little depressing and it's a little bit of a dark outlook, but sometimes you just gotta kind of put your own stuff in perspective, right? It's like, that's not me saying no one can ever climb the ladder, no one can ever make it to the top. People do it all the time. It's just, it's not, it can take a lifetime, And sometimes it can take more than one lifetime. Sometimes it's more of you leave something for your kids and they go and run with it, That's unfortunately life as we know it right now. Your salary's so big, why do you complain? You should love what you work. Well, so, and I agree with that. That it is annoying when people look at your salary and go, why are you complaining, bro? Right? That especially happened with like the recent stuff in the tech industry with people getting laid off, and there's a lot of people just celebrating them getting laid off, because they have this perception that we're getting paid to sit in front of a computer all day, and that there's nothing hard about that. You're just staring at a screen all day. Like, what's the big deal? I've gotten that all my life too. Most of my family are not techies. They do the more traditional jobs. And so, me coming home and saying, oh, I'm tired, I don't, it was a rough day at work, I would always get how can it be a rough day at work? All you do is sit in front of a computer all day, right? Like, I got that too. And it's frustrating, but it's a product of a society that doesn't value brains yet. We glorify our athletes and we rain millions of dollars down on them. But as soon as a techie gets, a a six-figure salary, it's like the end of the freaking world. And it's like, dude, they have they have brains, they have skills that are in demand, you know. But it's it takes they've spent years, plying their trade. Just like any carpenter takes years to apply their trade, a artist, a musician, you don't just wake up one day and be a superstar. It takes years and years and years of working at it. So who's watching life still living? You got time to learn a skill. Sure, I agree. There's a lot of people who really need the value of skills are for the general public is not as high as it should be. They should be valuing people with skills and valuing the idea that they go out and learn skills to help with that, but they don't right now. That's the world we live in, unfortunately. Where it's more valued that you can be entertaining than that you actually know how things work. That's the way it goes. I think your frustrations are very normal. It's normal to be frustrated at like how much effort it takes, how much muck you have to climb through to get to where you want to be in your career. But trying to fast track that is only going to lead to either more discontent, or it's, you're going to get to where you want to be and then actually not be happy. I feel like, so well, okay. So I would say to you, you're doing. So the best thing I can tell you with that is to seek out some sort of professional help, because I can't help you with that. It sounds to me like you're discontent and you're now devolving into self-destruction because of it, and that I can't do anything with. Everyone working from home, will work not friendly, and maybe the best thing you can do is change jobs. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, because it sounds to me like you're spiraling. Everyone in tech is like this. Work are not your friends. Well, no, but they're your colleagues, right? They're your colleagues, and if you and your colleagues aren't getting along, then that's a sign that maybe you need to find another place where you can find colleagues that get along. You know what I mean? The workers don't go out for beer. Yeah, I think I get that that's how you feel. And I think you're, I think, I think you've gone to a point where I can't provide any insight, right? Because you're describing things that are not really your perception of how other people are treating you are is not necessarily, how can I put it? I'm going to leave it at that. I think your perception of what's going on and the reality of what's going on are probably not in sync. Because I can tell you that I've never worked at a place where it was cutthroat like that. It might have seemed like it at some point in time. And I could see a perception from people where maybe they might have perceived that it was a very negative environment, but it would be as much of a surprise to the colleagues that you know would be to anyone else. People are nice. It's fake. Again, I think it's yeah. I that's a non-accurate look at reality. And I think at that point, if that's what you're seeing everywhere around you, is that people are just not treating each other with respect. I think that's I think that's a point where you need to talk to a professional. American. Oh. Yeah, when you ask for help, no, I get that it's hard to get a professional help, but if there's anything open, I think that's what you'll need. I think you need to go look for some of that, because again, trying not to come off wrong here, but like for me personally, I know that I don't immediately assume malice in others. She asked her for a job. She gave other people ones. They want to bother with it. I was thinking for her. Again, I get that there have been snubs, right? When points when you feel like you were unfairly excluded from things, and I get that. There is no there's no benefit to ascribing motivations to those things, right? Again, you're describing these rejections and stuff, and again, no one really knows what's going through another person's head, right? Unless they tell you, right? So you're spending a lot of time trying to analyze why these people rejected you, instead of just saying, oh well, on to the next, let's try something else. You know what I mean? Like it's too easy. Like if you start doing that, you start saying like, oh, they didn't hire me because they don't, there was nothing in it for them, and there was nothing in it for this person, and it's like you end up getting caught in this spiral, right, where you're just spiraling down into even deeper and darker fears, perceived. We're all more difficult on ourselves than we are on others, right? And when you start getting into these spirals, you start looking at yourself, and you start looking at all the stuff that you think you don't like about yourself, and you start ascribing that to others and others' motivations, even though that may not be the case, right? So it doesn't benefit you to spend any time worrying about why this rejection happened or anything like that. It's more like what do you where do you go from here? What do you do? Motivation wise, why this stuff happened, like what were her motivations or anything like that. It doesn't really help to know a person's motivations as to why they did that. It only helps the only thing that works is to then just take what information you can and just go do some better. Take it from there. Go do what you got to do to be more successful with other attempts. Otherwise, like I said, you just get stuck in this loop where you just can't get out of it, and you just make yourself more and more miserable in the process of doing it, instead of just saying, look, sometimes you get a thumbs up, sometimes you don't. I'll help you with your last boss, right? Recommendation level. Hey, Techno Freak. Welcome. It's going pretty good. Let's see. Going on here. So we've got doing to verify, and then we run off and do. Okay, this is when. Let's say if not. got that one incorrect. Say that. So then I guess that's what they did here with the bad credentials. Valid verification. Yep. Okay. So I figured. What is with the is valid long? Why do they have it? Where is the, is that called internal? That must be called internally. Along with the supports. Wait, the verification code. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, I think they brought the verification code in as a long. I don't think I did that. No, I have it as a string. Screw that. There's no reason to convert that to a long. Have it as a string and call it a day. So what else do we have here? Then I guess I gotta do the support source. Override. Ports. And I mean, I guess I have to. I don't even know if I need to do it or not. I'll override it anyway. Authentication equals, yeah, class. Okay. What was that class? Okay. So token class. Cool. Cool. All right. What else we got here? How you doing, Techno? Everything good? Oh boy. Some water. So in theory, this should now just plain work. Hopefully. Just deleting your testing version of Windows 11, redoing Windows 10 back on. Normal junk. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I'll be going to Windows 11 anytime soon. Honestly. I mean, I say that I do have one computer with 11 on it, but not the two desktops anyway. I do need to replace my streaming computer though. Don't for coding, more like games. It's raw junk. Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, I need to replace my streaming desktop because my streaming desktop is my old gaming desktop, and it's way more power than I need right now. And also, I think the power supply on it is starting to potentially go because every so often it will rip the breaker. So and then restart itself. So I have to see. That's one of the additional things I got to do. Just try to get that I've been looking around. Like I was trying to see if I could do a one of those small PCs, but I have a capture card that I want to pull over, and a lot of them don't have, or don't look like they have an expansion port. Like, what was I looking at? It was like a small form factor. You see, what was the thing? There was a mini. Which one it was? Not BMAX. They all have weird names. I can never remember the name of it. Missing any expansion ports. Yeah, there was an Intel one that had an expansion port on it. But it didn't look like it was. Didn't look like it was worth it. Like it was. It wasn't small like these. It was relatively decent size. I'm trying to think. What was the Intel? Nook. That's what it is. Yeah. Like I was looking at these. I feel like wasn't there one that had a expansion port in it. I think. i7. What was there was an i9. Right? Maybe it wasn't Nook, maybe it was something else. 13th gen. i7, i5. There's something more than an i7. I mean, I guess I don't need more than an i7. But storage, graphics output. But there was a expansion slot on here. Drives, sockets. Marking status. Memory. Where is this at? PCI. Yes. Integrate LAN. Data ports. I mean, I suppose I could maybe find an external enclosure for my capture board and just plug it in via Thunderbolt port or something. If they even do that, like a PCI Express. I think it's a PCIe ×2, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, here we go. Expansion option. PCIe ×4 Gen 4. Oh, but that's M.2. These are M.2 slots. This is not what I'm looking for. I guess I could do that too. I guess I could plug it into its own like external closure and then have it via Thunderbolt to the main computer. I guess that's another thing. I don't even know if that's a thing or not, but yeah, I was kind of looking at some of these like mini computers. But that was my sort of biggest problem was that I have this HDMI, not HDMI, PCI, not even that, DisplayPort. I have this DisplayPort capture thing that I use to capture the PC to the other PC, and I'd like to continue using that, but it's a PCIe board internal, and so I need at least an expansion slot for that. And a lot of these like smaller computers that look like they'd be perfect for it just don't have that extra slot that I need. Many stuff is raw junk, no options. There was I thought there were some good ones out there that I was looking at. Not the Intel ones, but there was another one. Like I said, they all have these weird names. I thought was pretty good, but yeah, I get it. It's like you're trading expandability with size, and you're not necessarily getting a better deal money wise either. Some of them are still like the cost of a desktop. It's just I'm more looking at it from a power perspective, because I don't really need, and I guess I could step down the power supply on the computer. I'd have to see, they're like PC part picker. Yeah. Like if I wanted to do, let's just see here. If I do builder, we'll do I like, that's the other thing too. I would like to do X264. I'm kind of looking at the Core i9s just for the raw power. So let's see. If I added that, and I mean, it would be nice if they were liquid cooled, but I can go with the regular fan right now. Motherboard. I get like a really small form factor here. Mini ITX. Is that? There's 2 expansion ports. Okay. That. And we'll max out the memory. Storage, yeah, 1 terabyte Evo. Video card I don't need because I have one. Okay. Mini ITX tower. Take that one, I guess. What do I need? Estimated wattage, 365 watts. So B+ gold rating. 1600 watts. I don't need 1600 watts. Let's try 380, 400. 450 watts probably. So it would be, we'll just say this one. That's like, right there you're looking at like 1400 bucks. Roughly. And that's just me picking random stuff that looked half decent. Isn't bad. Why is this? Oh, free shipping. Okay. Like what? What's going on there? Because that's from Newegg. Yeah, the others are from Amazon. That's funny. So yeah, that's probably be decent because I'd be using my own, using the video card that's already in there because it's still good, and then the expansion, the capture card that's in there. Just having the one solid state drive because I don't need all the drives that I have in there now. I'm not going to have much installed on it, although I would probably, 1 terabyte's kind of diddly. I'd probably maybe have maybe the 2 terabyte one. Or at least have 2 of them in there. Something like that. So, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. This looks decent, but I have to do some more research. Do some more research into it to see what comes out of it. But that's kind of the thing I'm looking at. Something to that effect. Just to do the streaming stuff. Because I was thinking like, oh, maybe I should just get a new gaming rig and stuff. And with all the problems with the 4090s and 40 series stuff and how expensive they are, and no one's really utilizing them right now. Like even the latest games coming out don't work well for them. Kind of like maybe I don't need that right now. Let's see. I've got that. Got that there. Let's see, authentication checks it in. I just have to add it to the login page. This, and we'll say name will be 2FA. It's not required. This would be auth code. UTHENTICH authentication code. let's see what happens here. Clean. Any problems? No problems. Look like anyway. All right, good. Build local posts. Something didn't start up right. Detail service must be set. User detail service must be set. Wait, what? After property set. Okay, this user details service. Did I miss something here where I needed to set the user detail service? What do they have? What do they have here? Oh, there's what they call Isval. Okay. Authenticate. Alright, username. Property sets. Hooked by maintaining. Allows the Venus to perform validations of overall configuration. After property set. I was looking for user details service. That user details service, but didn't I set that in the other thing? User details service. Yeah, don't I set this in details service? Yeah, I said it in the auth provider. Why is that not set? Airframe bean authentication provider. Oh. Oh, I know why. I had that on there. But without that, how am I going to get these other things auto-wired? Well, I guess I'll try it without them and see if the auto wire still works. I don't know how these are going to get auto wired if Spring doesn't know about it. But maybe it will instantiate. Oh, I guess Spring's going to instantiate the bean. It must be instantiating the bean because it's doing the do after. Okay, so maybe we're fine there then. It was correct that it didn't have that annotation in the thing online. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, does that work a little bit better? It does. All right, let's go login. Let's just do that. Active 1x0. Okay. Get user by username. How would it? Thing SQL statement, column parameter value admin. Oh, did I not do an admin thing here? Oh, what? Okay. That was actually correct. It's just it does open up the law in my logic though. So in the authentication DAO here, I'll do a query for object. See, this is the one time when you do a query for object that can't really rely on it, because if there is no user by that username, then this fails that way, which is not really what you want per se. Wait a minute. User by username. is called your detail service, right? I'm catching exception there. Where did it actually fail? X authentication provider authenticates. X authentication provider Java line 23. Here. Yeah, because I didn't put a try capture around it. That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. No. Exist or SQL error? I could probably just put that up too. Keep all that together. Okay, that was a valid thing there because I didn't actually. There was no admin user. Do that. Hey, from Dev, what type of streaming service am I developing? Just a Twitch clone. I guess is the best way to put it. Twitch, YouTube clone, Kick clone, that kind of streaming service. Yeah. Same idea. User generated content, and yeah, just kind of rolling with it. That's the idea anyway. We'll see if I manage to pull that one out, because I'm still working on kind of like the meat of it on the back end with trying to do like the ingests, like RTMP ingest and stuff like that. So, but it's a fun little side project right now. It's not anything like I'm trying to do it as though it were real, as though it were a production thing. I'm trying to take it seriously from that perspective, from the code perspective. But I have no like long-term plans other than to just release it as open source, which is basically what it is right now. So like as far as like going into production with it or something like that, I'm kind of kicking that can down the line. And just putting something out there that other people can just take and run with if they want to. It's really just for funsies at the end of the day. But I am trying to make sure I do it proper, you know. Have security and do load testing against it and as much as I can anyway. Okay, so we got that. Oh, excuse me. Uh, let's try this again. Well, it would be helpful if the server was up. It would be very helpful for the server to be up when I do that. There we go. Also, welcome from Dev. You've been working as a smart TV developer for some years now? Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, I was, one of the things I'm excited about here is if I can get, like, the basics, if I can get this sort of basic streaming stuff working, like the ingest and all that stuff, I'm really excited to, like, try my hand at, like, doing Chromecast support for it and doing, Roku and, Amazon Fire Stick, and then I was even looking at like the Samsung Smart TV stuff. Like I would love to do some of that stuff just to kind of have it as an integration point for people to be able to watch streams from it and stuff. But it's like that's the cool stuff I want to do. I got to do all the non-cool stuff first. I gotta get all the framework in place and everything else. So I'm doing the less cool stuff so I can do the more cool stuff. But it'll be great if when I eventually get to that point. I want to try all that stuff. I want to see what it's like. I want to see what those, like I've never done a mobile app before, and this is my opportunity to like do the basics of a mobile app from the very beginning, you know, not inherit something that someone's already done and got working, you know. So this is also my sort of sandbox where I can go and kind of learn skills that I can use but don't necessarily use every day. my little self-education tool around with things, stream as well. And a note to everyone watching, I do intend on doing more coding streams in the future. I know I'm only doing them once a week now. Yeah, Video World has very deep stuff. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of like the ingest stuff on like doing the RTMP and all that stuff. That's the part that has me the most concerned because I'm like, I have no idea if I can even get that to work. I've been trying. I've been putting things together. I've been looking at the specs. I've been looking at other projects that have been come and gone. And I've got like something that looks like it might work, but I'm not at a point where I can test it yet. So we'll have to see how that goes. So all that stuff is still kind of a mystery box to me. But hopefully I can muddle my way through it. Because I want to, I mean, the RTMP is there just because that's the most popular thing that's used. But I also want to do the WebRTC stuff, have that as an ingest as well, because I think that's going to be the thing that everybody moves to in the future. I know OBS is in the process of getting that support, and I've looked at, there's a pull request out there that I have up. I think I have it on one of my tabs here. I've been keeping an eye on. Yeah, here, this one, where they're adding WebRTC support to OBS, and this is still open, so they're still in the process of doing it. But I've been keeping an eye on it. Refresh. Oh, interesting. Yeah, look at that, 993 new lines. It's a biggin. It's a biggin. So I've been trying to look to see how they're going to do it and see what I would have to do on the server side. Keep that going. So yeah, just keeping my eyes on some of that stuff. And I'm also like taking the opportunity to learn new stuff. Like I don't use, like I'm using Thyme Leaf here, which is something I've never used before. And stuff like that. So try to keep it all going forward and still making progress. So if I do, so let's try that admin again because that's not a real user. Okay, good. It just errored out. Cool. User 1. Boom, that worked. Okay. Log out. And then log in. Say, what was the user that has the authentication app? It's user 7. Do I still have that here? No, I don't. Okay. Let's register a user. User 8. Password, use 2-factor auth. Alright, and we'll grab this. Oh crap, I don't have it. It'll be on the screen. It'll be on the right screen. Alright, so 565770. Validate. Alright, cool, that validated. So we have that now. Back here. Alright, and if I go, so this is login. If I go user 8. And then the authentication code 054318. Username password authentication token cannot be cast to class web authentication. No. Yeah, okay. That was something that jumped out at me here. What are they casting? Custom web authentication detail. Where did that come from? Extends web authentication detail. So hex web authentication detail. Hex web authentication detail. Extends web authentication detail. Right. Parameter 2FA. So and there's a custom web authentication details source, which I have as hex web authentication details source. Build detail. Right. And then this is what's injected into the the thing. Login authentication details source. Yeah. So why is that? Why is that passing a? Oh. Why is it taking a username and password authentication token and trying to cast next authentication requires 3? Yeah, why is that the authentication? Why would that be what came in there? This is definitely bringing in a username password authentication token. So this tutorial here is just completely wrong. It's authentication details. Oh. It's doing auth get detail. Oh, okay. Okay, that's where I left up. Authentication to get detail. There we go. Alright. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. Oh, and as I was saying, oh, hey, Zerfx, welcome. As I was saying, once I get past the busy point that I'm at right now in the day job, which will be over the next month or so, I'm going to start to have some more streams where I'm doing just coding sessions as opposed to games and stuff. I'll still be streaming games and whatnot, but I want to actually bring more. I want to have more streams where I'm just doing coding and stuff, or at least doing this kind of thing. So, but right now I'm like, my brain is super focused on like stuff I gotta get done for a day job, and so I kind of I need the break from the coding just to that I'm getting from playing the games. So it'll be a little bit back and forth like that. But that's what I want to do. I want to bring in more days where I'm just doing coding, or more streams. I'm just doing coding as Gus the Groundhog just ran by my window. I swear I'm gonna freaking charge him rent digging up the ground. Okay. We have that. And oh no. No Christmas themes. Away. Okay. Now I should be able to log in User 8. And then grab that. Boom. Logged in. That is working. No, I can't see it in the log here because I didn't log anything. But I will be logging stuff. Alright, cool. That is... Now our two-factor auth is actually integrated and seemingly working. Let's try a number that is completely wrong. Log out and log in again. The user 8. And I'll just type a random number here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it errored. Okay, good. Good. You just want to take more naps. You know what, Zero? I feel you. I'm at that point too where I'm just like, oh, I need sleep. I need to learn how to sleep. Because I think I've somehow forgotten how to sleep as I've gotten older. Because it's just like this morning I woke up. First of all, I woke up before the alarm this morning because on the weekends I have like a double alarm where I could set 2 alarms on my alarm clock. You know, one for during the week and one for the weekends. And then so on the weekends I set it to like an hour later. And so like 8 a.m. And this morning I woke up like 15 minutes before the alarm went off, and I'm like, you know what? I'm setting it forward another hour. I'm going to sleep until 9. And then I woke up at 9, and I'm like, oh, my head hurts. It's not good. I was already hitting the aspirin. Have a kid to learn real quick. Yeah, I've heard. I mean, let me put it this way. Napping is not really my problem. Like I am the king of the post lunch coma. You know, like you have lunch and then right afterwards it's just like. Napping is not my problem. My problem is not needing to nap. I would love to have enough sleep where I don't feel like I need to nap during the day. REM cycles are like 70 minutes, so when you set your alarm for an hour, you'll do more harm than good. Oh, really? That makes a lot of sense. Because I have seen it where... Because there's this whole thing where people say, don't take a nap longer than a half an hour because you'll mess up your sleep cycle. But I'm like, if I set it for 30 minutes, by the time I actually fall asleep, it'll be like really just a 5-minute nap, right? So I always said to like an hour, figuring that by the time I actually fall asleep, it'll probably be more like a half an hour, 40 minutes or so. But it makes sense that like maybe I'm just hitting that peak where I'm disrupting my REM cycle right in the middle there. I mean, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. It would also, I don't know. I have this. it's so hard for me to even hit REM to begin with. I feel like I'm very temperature sensitive. If it's a little bit too warm or a little bit too cold, I can't, like, I'm awake. I sleep with 2 pillows because if my head is not elevated at the right angle, I snore a lot. It's all kinds of things. Dev Marvel, what am I working on? I am, for fun, creating a streaming service similar to like Kick or Twitch or something like that. Very, very early stages, and it's really just a fun open source project. I'm doing it just to, I have no plans of making it a real thing right now. I'm just more I just feel like it's just something I wanted to code. And right now I'm working on the authentication stuff, login page, 2-factor auth. Very, very early stages right now. I don't even have any style sheets or anything like that. Just got the 2-factor auth working. And now I'm going to work on trying to get like the framework and the CSS and all that stuff put in place, whatnot. And again, it's just like a fun little project. I don't have any grand ambitions. It was something to do. I've always wanted to have like coding streams, and this was just kind of an excuse to do that. So yeah, that's what I've been working on. Just kind of slapping it together. I'm not really slapping it together. I am trying to make it like, I'm trying to treat it like it's a production thing, like it will be a real thing. So I'm like taking security into effect and all that stuff. But I'm also in no rush or like, I have no grand plans. I'm just, because as I've said numerous times, I'm just a code monkey. I like writing code. I don't know how to run a business or any of that stuff. So if I can just write code and then someone else can come in and just do all the other stuff that I can't do, more power to them. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with all this. But how are you doing? You doing good? Yeah, so okay, so we got login working. I do want to, so I got a couple other things. That's good. I'm glad you're good. I got a couple more things with login stuff. Like I do have that IP geolocation stuff that we can integrate at some point here. But I think I want to get the basic like look and feel going. I want to get some of that stuff in place because we're at a point where it would be good to do that now, rather than, and then I can kind of do the other security stuff later. What do we have here? Yeah, so I want to get the ThymeLeaf basic structure set up and stuff. I want to get we gotta get this cores crap and the content security policy header done. And I think what I want to do, let's get cores out of the way once and for all here, because it's just pissing me off, to put it mildly, that it's not working through Spring security, or at least not seeming to work through it. So I'm going to rip this nonsense out, and I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way and just have a filter. And because I got to do that anyway for the content security policy header, I'm just going to do them both a similar way. And Where's the web? Web. Where are we at here? Do I not have it open? I guess I don't have it open. Web. Here we go. Down here, we'll get rid of the course mapping. Done. Done. I will do it myself. And then also in the security here, let's just set this to disabled. That, and that. Save those. Very good. And then I think someone has a spring or annual course headers. There was a thing that I saw. What? What do I want here? I think it was maybe this one that did it. Ours. Controller. That's doing it today. Obviously configure, which I would do, but it's not. I guess yours. Headers. I just use Spring HTTP header on receptor. This thing, I want to do it enough for it. There's always a debate between using a filter or using an interceptor. I'm thinking I'm just going to use an interceptor. Oh, here's this guy. Use filters or web filter. I can do the filters too. Yeah, because I can extend the once per request filter. Okay, maybe I'll do that. And well, okay, and they had the interceptors there. But I filtered at you. I know there's a filtered chain. The response for a specific controller in the controller class. Each following application. Unit interceptor. Handle. Yeah, you just. Yeah, if you implement filter, I think that just pulls those in without me having to do anything. Yeah, so I think I'll do a filter for the header. Let's do that. It's never right. Okay. So, I guess under config. Do I want config? A rabbit's running all over the place outside. I guess I will put it under controller interceptors, maybe. Then here we'll do class. For just where's header? Oh. And once quest filter extend. Yeah. So response set header. So what do I want here? Content security policy, cores. We want a access control allow origin. All right. So and the tricky part here is only a single origin can be specified. Service supports clients from multiple origins. Must return the origin for a specific client making the request. The origin request header, compare that to a list of allowed origins, and then if the origin value is set, set the access control allow origin value, same value as the origin. So the response value explicit origin. In that case, the response should also include a vary response header value origin. Indicate the browsers that server responses can differ based on the value of the origin request. Which should also include a vary response. Okay. The vary origin. Wait, I mean, I was seeing the vary origin. I just wasn't seeing the access control. Wow. I wonder if it was it actually working then? Any origins other than those for which a browser should permit loading resource. Of course, also relies on a mechanism by which browsers make a pre-flight request to server hosting in order to check the server will permit the actual request. In that pre-flight, the browser sends headers that indicate HTTP method, and headers that will be used in the actual request. Most RGB requests indicated initiated from scripts. Same origin policy versus from the same origin the application was loaded from unless the response from the origin includes the right course header. XML HTTP requests or fetch APIs, web fonts, WebGL textures, images. Maybe it was actually working and I wasn't able to tell. Although I tried it in curl with setting an origin and it wasn't still wasn't setting the headers. I think, yeah, you know what? I don't think it matters. I think I could just grab the what's our get no, isn't there request? Yeah. Local was received. Local address. Hmm. Context path. Wouldn't that do? Returns a portion of the request URI that includes the context of the request. Password to the / character. What's in the default root context, this method returns empty. The container does not decode the string. Wait a minute. Wasn't there a server name? Or get a scheme. Request URI returns part of this request URL from the protocol name up to the query string in the first line of the HTTP request. The web container does not decode the string. For example, some path get HTML. Okay, that's not it. So I think it'd be get scheme, then get server name. Would be what I want here. So server, the request that get scheme. I think, does this return the HTTPS or FTP? Yeah, so I gotta double these up, don't I? No, those are correct. There's a /. So then this would be your name. Mary. That's what's said there, right? Do put the very on there. Origin. Control out origin, and then it's this control. Allow method. So get and post. Where's that scribed at? This control request method. No. There we go. Access control. Allow method. Great file methods and then max age. Which I guess I can put to, I think it was like 3600 is what Spring wanted to put it at. Which is, what is that? Calculator. 60, wait, 3600 divided by 6. Wait, what? 3600 divided by 60. Oh, it's, yeah, it is 60. I'm like, what is going on here? 60 times 30. That would be an hour, right? 60 minutes, 60 seconds times 60 minutes. 3600, which would be an hour. Yeah, that's fine. And then to chain, do filter. There we go. Let's get those on there. The other thing I want to do, let's add another one. CSP header filter. Let's put request filter. I'm gonna do response header. And this one would be content security. Oops. Content security policy. I just want to set up the defaults for this. So default source, self, and image source. First, yeah, I think just right now, just be default source will just be self. And then I can tack onto it as I need more stuff for images and whatnot. But yeah, so content security policy. And filter. Fonts. There we go. And then one more interceptor. This one's going to be an actual interceptor. Yeah, this one's going to be an actual interceptor. So this will be UI controller there. Controller there's stuff there. What was handler intercept? And that the it extends handler interceptor. Okay. Not implement. I thought it implemented it, but it's handler inter. What the hell? Wait, what is going on here? Handler interceptor adapt. What happened to the spring? Spring intercept. I always see handler intercept. Where the heck is it? Either extends the handler interceptor class or implements the handler interceptor. Yeah. That's handler interceptor. So why is that not showing up here? Oh, here it is. Handler interceptor. Alright, and then we want a pre-handle. I want to say for the execution, interception point before the execution of a handler. Object before handler adapter invokes the handler. Right, this is definitely what I want. So I want to do static final logger. Factory, get logger, controller, interceptor, class, static final, we'll do a string array, I guess. Loud verbs. Get and post. Need for And you have 4 cores. I don't think I need it for... for the controllers themselves. I'll get rid of that just to get post. And then method equals request that method post put if array utils is it contains not right. So wait, contains is object array object find. Returns false if a null array is passed in. Given array, okay. So doesn't contain it, then logger bug reverb not allowed. And then what do I do? I think I just return false here, and that stops the whole thing. Otherwise, you just return true. I guess also I should probably do a maybe update the response. Set status. And we'll just set it to I guess forbidden. 403. 403 forbidden. That sounds reasonable. Okay. Let's see what else we got. I gotta add this interceptor. Oh, the filters gotta do component on them. So they're picked up by Spring. I think they're picked up automatic. But the interceptor I definitely have to add to our web config or config. Oh, where's that? Init. Here we go. Filter. Filter. Security filter chain, yeah, it does that. And then I think there's a servlet context add receptor. Wait, where do you do? Oh, I guess it just add it to the MVC. Yeah, because it's already going to be picked up by the security filter, I guess, for the context loader listener, one of those. So, web config, be able to just override add intercept. Here we go. Interceptor, web request interceptor. Interceptor, new controller interceptor. Does it? It's supposed to pick up the filters automatically, but they add interceptor. Yeah, it seems like it will pick those up. Okay. All right. Well, the easiest way to test it is to fire it up and see here. Things are getting set. Go. That. Pick that up. Alright, first of all, we come over here and go there. Back. Network. Try it again. Fresh. And local host. Response headers. Don't see anything in there. I should be seeing the content security policy and stuff in there. I don't see it. At the very least, I should be seeing that. Filter basically enables a guarantee a single execution per request dispatch on any server container. A filter may be invoked as part of a request or async. Subclasses may use is async dispatch determine when a filter is evoked. Async started. Doesn't look like these are being picked up here. Spring once per request filter. Request filter. Requests. I got that. Additionally, skipping requests. So they literally just set it as a component and it does it. With request. Filter chain do filter. You should filter. Why don't I see that actually kicking off here? Wait, get flash filter chain proxy. RF logout filter. Username password authentication filter request cache authorization. Doesn't look like it called my filters at all. At least based on that. Filter chain proxy anyway. Plus 3 filter chain. So, putting here, do anything that would. Here's this filter chain. Free filter chain. What is it about this that there's something in here that's kind of messing up the whole filter chain to where like normal stuff that should work is not working. I'm trying to figure out what I have done. Cause that, because we got delegating filter proxy, URL patterns all. And I add this dispatcher service, correct. Loader listener, bring security filter chain. Target bean name. That's not. There's a formatters, force mappings, view controllers. Resolvers. So, loop controller, perform, do result, not filter. Just do once. Application filter. Just request. All right, I will be back in 2 minutes, folks. Gotta make a bathroom break here. So I'll be back in just 2 minutes. Hold on tight. All right, I'm back, and let's see what we got here. So, I keep getting this feeling like Spring MVC and Spring Security are fighting one another here, because things that should just plain work don't seem to be just plain working, and I'm a bit annoyed. I don't know what I've done to make it unhappy like this. Let's try something though. Let's say, how do I configure? How do I create a? What do we call it here? A filter that extends once per request filter in Spring MVC. Okay. Register a custom filter in your Spring configuration. Add your custom filter to filter chain using a filter registration bean. Okay. So they have declaring it as a bean. Registration bean. The order of the filter in the chain. Custom once per request filter. This seems actually seems somewhat correct. I'm just trying to figure out. They have a filter configuration. With the URL pattern. That's Spring Boot filter registration bean. How would you do the above without spring boot. Okay, they're still making a bean in the WebMVC configurer. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So, create a Java class that extends abstract annotation config dispatcher servlet initializer. Configure dispatcher servlet in the application context. And it gets servlet filters method. Return an array with an instance of your custom filter. In the get servlet filter method. Ah, okay, okay. I was gonna say there's got to be some way to tie it back to the freaking WebXML, which is essentially what they're doing here, right? So, web application initializer. It wasn't web application initializer though. It was annotation. Well, it is web app initializer. It extends abstract annotation config patcher servlet initialize. Servlet. Let me see here. Source. Oh, that's not what I want. Override implement methods. Yeah, I didn't think there would be anything there. Add filter. Registers to given filter instance with a server context and a given filter name. Primary filter registration. So basically, it just add filter, right? I mean, I would think that's what I need to do. Servlet context that. Add filter. Filter name, class extends. So adds a filter with a given name and a class type to serve. We further configure via return filter registration object. Class name. Adds the filter with a given name and class name is okay. Filter and a given filter name. Basically, all right. So, force header filter. So I can take the act component off of that. So I'm gonna just instantiate it directly. And same with this one. Force header filter. Yeah, because this makes more sense because you do. I mean, they're filters. You have to map them to a URL, but they don't. So you can run them for only a subset of your stuff if you want to, or run them for everything. So that's what was driving me nuts about. I mean, the CORS filter is a part of the. He's definitely a filter that's kicking off as part of the security filter chain. You can see it in the log, but it didn't seem like it was ever really working. So okay, and then this just goes into init here. Yeah, so we just have cores, filter, new cores header filter. Add mapping for URL patterns. No. What was this? Fetcher type. No. Boolean. String. Alright. Fetcher types is match after. What does is match after mean? The given filter mapping will be considered after or before any declared filter mappings of the server context from which this filter registration was obtained. Match after. True if the given filter mapping should be matched after any declared filter mappings, and false if it is supposed to be matched for any declared filter mappings of the servlet context from which this filter registration was obtained. What does that mean? Be matched after any declared filter mapping. Filter mapping. I mean, I guess that should be probably true for this one because the Spring Security filter chain is set to false, but I think that makes sense for that one. Servlet context add ESP filter. Use this the header filter and mapping for URL patterns. No, true. And that. Leave. Alright, let's see what this does. This finally works. Be nice. That would be real nice. All right, let's come back and content security policy of your site blocks some resources. Okay. Origin is not listed in your site's content security policy. Block. How about this here? Hey, look at that. We got freaking response headers now. They've wanted the whole freaking time. I think though this we might need the port as well. I think I'm going to need to put the port on there too. If it's not 80. Or if it's not the default, I guess. one-page error. Blocked font source directive. Blocked. What font are we bringing down? That must be one of my. That must be one of the plugins that I have that's requesting a font, because I don't think I'm requesting a font. I mean, I will be once I bring Font Awesome in, but it should be coming from the local machine there. Also, let's go. Where's header? I think server name. If request get local port. I want to say is get local port. Not equal meeting and do port rules request to get local port. Server name plus equals colon port. Make sure it's completely in there. Figure this out. Try it again. Okay. Yeah, and now it's got the port on there, which is very good. That's what I want. Yeah, where are these? Get a font for type. The thing is, too, these look like just regular data link. So I think there is a special thing you can do for data. Just domain, all subdomains. There's a font store. Here we go, data URLs. That's what I was looking for. Data URLs are treated as unique opaque origins. Okay. So if I do content security policy, yeah. Image source self data. Yeah, was just oh, because it's data called. Yeah. Okay. So self data colon. Let those work properly. And that start. Here, and clear this out. Reload the page. And we have no more errors. Cool. Yep. What's these errors? Oh, those were from before. Refuse to load the font. Type font. Clear those out. Okay. So that's good. So we have that. We have those headers in place now. We have that going. What I want to do now is get the CSS stuff and SCSS stuff, which I think we're done with a two-factor auth there. Oh, and here's the template layouts thing. I want to do this first. Yeah. Create the layout file. Create a Spring MVC project. Actually, before I do this, because we're not going to be able to see it. This is the template layout thing I want to do. Where is the... That's something here that would... do the SCSS stuff. I guess I gotta do, do I have anything in here? I am looking for... I can get rid of that and that. Font header. Pretty policy. Try to get some of these. Try to wrangle some of these tabs closed here. All right, so I want to. It was like Java SAS. Java, is it one? SCSS and Java Maven project. That's cool. That's Java is it? DNA binding. Libstas. There's a SAS Maven plugin. This one's SAS compiler plugin. Yeah, I think this is the one. And 3. So information. Where's Maven Central 372? Build unknown. Licenses. Actually, license 2.0. That's good. Copy that. And all right, we'll put that in our POM file. I don't already have one in here. I feel like I have not put one in here yet. This is a build plugin, right? So probably go under here. All my stuff will be off here. That's me even plug in 372. Save that. And then, apparently has report goals too. I'm plugging goals your palm. I'm plugging version. Okay, so that's me unplug in. So then it's just this is lint reports. Or report. Style sheets. Okay. This has been archived? Oh no. Does that mean this is no longer maintained? Ruby SAS has reached end of life. Fun. Is there not a Java SAS plugin? More up-to-date versions. Okay. But I had one up here. Java SDSS Maven. Look. Using this 2017-ish. Yikes. Work seems to help us healthy at present. Support it. libsas Maven plugin. This project is no longer maintained but a fork. Okay. On GitLab. libsas Maven plugin. Oh, well, 1 month ago. Alright. This Maven plugin 0229. Is that what they have? Yeah, 0229. Compile. Alright, yeah, this actually has like configuration elements and stuff. Hey, how about that? And it's MIT license. All right, cool. This one looks like it'll actually work. That. One, two, one, two. Close enough. Generate resources, compile source main SAS inputs. Source main SAS plugin. Output path target. Those are really terrible default. You can use the watch goal to have the plugin watch your files and recompile and change. That's good. Directories from which source files will be read. Additional include path. Output style. Emit comments in the compiled CSS indicating corresponding source line. Generate source map files. Map path, mapping around, embed, input syntax. Your SAS or SCSS. Default is SCSS. Okay, partition 5. Enable ClassPath Aware Importer. Enables ClassPath Aware Importer, which makes possible to import files from the ClassPath and WebJars. For ClassPath resources, use imports path2 resource in ClassPath. For WebJar resources, a shortcut can be used. Delimitation is currently works with SCSS files. Yeah, I would want that true. Source output copies all files from the source directory to the output directory. No, I don't want that. But enable ClassPath Aware Importer would be good. I don't need include path. The input path would be are we using base directory here or am I using project directory? I want to use project directory, right? I guess project base directory is the same thing. And then source main web and test. Or, you know, I can just paste. I already have that there as CSS, though. Not with it. I need, because it'll be compiled, or is that really the... I guess CSS would technically be the output directory, so SD. And then this would be... not target. You know, just make that CSS as the output directory. Although if I do CSS as the output directory, it's going to be... it's going to want to commit all that stuff. It's not necessarily what you want. I guess target. Yeah. The output would have to go... output has to go somewhere where I can... where it'll be deployed. I would have to go into CSS there. And debating the usefulness of even having a CSS on there. Just not do straight CSS, but I mean, I guess there's a benefit if I were to use some of the other things. Where does the... I look at my deployment assembly. Advanced class. Project. Build output directory. Target class. Targets. I think it would be Input directory. Build directory, it's target, right? Target, and then web inf is this. I think is probably the correct one. Do there. And then over, anyways, over here I gotta do a new folder. This. Give that. What? Where's Tailwind? I have Tailwind up here, right? So get started. Tailwind, B Phoenix Ember UI is available as a standalone executable if you want to use it without installing Node.js. Okay, so then all Tailwind CSS via npm create your Tailwind config.js file. Test all your template files in there. Tailwind directives to your CSS. Means CSS. Start the Tailwind CLI build process. Run CLI tools, scan your template files for classes, and build your CSS. Tailwind. Wait a minute. So I have to run a template files for classes. Wait, do I have to run this every time? That's kind of dumb. Post CSS using installing Tailwind build tool. Yeah, it wants you to build it every freaking time. Which, I mean, I guess I get it, you know, that's how they know what ones you're actually using, but... Ew. Because that means... I need to integrate it with Maven? Tailwind... Maven? Adding Tailwind CSS to the Spring Boot app. Spring Boot with Vine Leaf and Tailwind CSS. But add a link to CSS file with Tailwind classes head part of HTML. All CSS classes are included, even as they're not used. There's no way to customize it. There's no way to apply Tailwind class to custom class. Run through npm or Tailwind CLI. Generate the file CSS file during build time rather than runtime. Integrate Maven or Gradle workflow. We're going to use the PASEQ Maven plugin. Defines the fine sequence of commands to execute with Maven. Okay. Xdeck Maven plugin. Executes a series of commands or Maven goals sequentially or in pair. So it's running. It's running command line things. It's not a real plugin. It's just a way to run command line stuff, which I mean is helpful in and of itself, I guess. Like they're using it for Docker Compose, so I can kind of get that, but that's up to date too. Huh. Must be process driven build time. It's not a good idea to put them in source main front end. Bring file resources into source main resources directory. Most basic packages on file. Main front end. Right. Content property, create CSS file on content. Your npm scripts to file CSS into a CSS file without any magic. Configure Maven build workflow. How exec. npm install and run build. Watch out. Can I see watch? Means CSS. Tailwind's already got like a watcher on it too that runs. Means successful. Figure library load. I need to recompile the project. Dev tools integrates with live reload browser. There are multiple ways of integrating Tailwind into Spring Boot. Okay. Homebrew boot project npm raw VM. Yeah, that's interesting. Three, 5. All right, so I make the build web pages, build a web page, go home. Wind. There's CSS containing class. That doesn't even talk about. Doesn't even talk about Maven. Is there not a? There was like an integration. Right? Workarounds. Ember. UI. I'm honestly surprised no one's tried to do this. Not this one. And command. Wins. Components. Build section of the POM file we have the following lines. Oh, there's a front end. And Maven plugin. We can configure Maven in a way that running Maven goals npm script runs. And Maven plugin GitHub page. For simplicity, we don't use this plugin. We just run the npm script manually. Oh, you meant. Oh, that's. And Maven plugin. What is this? Maven plugin that downloads, installs Node and npm locally. Runs npm install Grunt, Gulp, and or Karma. Okay. If your front end back end builds as separate as possible, reducing the amount of interaction between them to the bare minimum using only one plugin. Sounds good to me. Use Node.js and its libraries in your build process without installing Node or NPM globally for your build system. Okay. Not meant to install Node for production uses. The Node usage is intended as part of a front-end build. Running common JavaScript tasks such as minification, obfuscation, compression, packaging, testing, etc. Plugin does not support already installed Node or NPM versions. Use the exact Maven plugin instead. Okay. Ignoring failure. Run all your tasks via NPM scripts instead of running Bower, Grunt, Gulp, etc. directly. Will only be installed locally to your project, not be installed globally on the whole system. Install Node NPM. Generate resources. Okay. Download roots for NPM and Node as they are stored in separate repos. Node and Yarn. Package manager. Node modules folder in your working directory by default colors shown in the font. Remember to ignore the Node modules folder. You also use npx command enable you to execute the CLI of installed packages without a run script if the packages are installed at all. Grunt, Gulp. Alright, so the latest tagged version is 1.12.1. I mean, this could be useful even just like for running tests and stuff. If I need it. Node npm. Alright, what's the latest version here? 1.12.1. That was 2021. It's had stuff in 2022 though. I guess they just haven't deployed anything yet. All right. I guess that's what we're doing. So we'll get this here. And the latest version is 1.12.1. And executions under the version here. This comes in install node npm. Install node npm. And in the generate resources phase, and configuration. Version npm version. Node versions there. Node version. M version. I gotta figure out what the latest of those are. Whoa, what is this? That's not a thing. So Node.js, the latest LTS. 18.15.0. They had in their stuff, right? 18.15.0, that's add here. Yeah, V forced O. I think it was a lowercase v. 18. And then npm. npm is what, 965 it looks like. What looks like 965. Have that. And then that gets the front end plugin down, and then I have to actually run stuff. Look at the latest ones down, but then and script runs. Then how do you actually run something with this? If I wanted to run an npm script, oh, it's just another execution there. Okay. That makes sense. An execution and an ID. And goal was npm was running. Then in my case, I would do execution goal npm. And then the argument. Compile Tailwind. Goals goal. npm. Then configuration and then arguments. I put the configuration things in the wrong spot then. Okay, so then tailwind on the other side. Over here. That's using NPX. Well, there's some initialization I have to do on my own. Then from here, it's just. So was NPX a possibility here? It is. That's. This would be. So this would be the build directory. I'm not even sure. Your template files for classes, build your CSS. So it's really the base, the main CSS. Yeah, so this would be project project base directory source source main webinf source main webinf CSS main CSS, and the output would be Well, no, the input would be. I hate this so much already. I haven't even touched Tailwind yet, and I already hate it. This would have to be SCSS. Or you know what? Bracket. Where do you put? I guess everything's got to be a special little freaking thing here. Everything's got to be an asterisk at the end of a paragraph. Nothing ever just like works like normal things. They all require special handling. Yeah, screw it. I'll put it under SCSS, and we'll call it the. Main.SCSS. Screw it. Screw it. We're gonna have like two things all fighting for this for the same SCSS stuff here. I don't know. I'm trying to think if this is like an incredibly bad idea or not. Have both of those go there, but yeah. We'll find out, I guess, as we do things. And then this would go to the project build directory. Let's target webinf is this main CSS? I did webinf CSS, yeah. Quick now I have to install Tailwind. How do I make it not? I need to do install Tailwind CSS. Your template path, all your template files, JS file. Tailwind still I build process. Type with config. Import Tailwind CSS config. Auto exports content. I already hate this. Like, why does this? Like, it's actually taking all of the directories under source and looking at anything that ends in .html or JS in order to build the CSS for it. This is incredibly dumb. Like, I'm already hating this, but I've barely touched it. Like, why is this so... Why... I don't get the whole... I mean, I do get... I see what... They're trying to make it so that you only pull in the CSS that you absolutely positively need. But they've done it in the most ass-backwards way they could have done it in. Like, it's just like... Why are you... Like, yeah, just run this precompile across your HTML. Like, what? The whole point of cascading style sheets is that they're cascading style sheets. Like, you've missed the whole point of CSS if you're compiling it on top of the HTML already there. I don't know. This already seems like it's more pain than it's worth. Let's CLI. What if I just brought the whole frickin' thing down? Their whole frickin' CSS and just called it a day. Like, I don't... Because you're going to be using so many of these classes anyway. Like, what are you actually saving at the end of the day? I'll bet by the end of after I have like 20 pages or so, that compile will just be like, oh yeah, we'll just take everything. You know, like, at what point will it be excluding things? Is what I'm getting at here. Like, why don't I just... custom CSS at rules like tailwind, apply, and screen. Your errors and warnings. JetBrains IDEs. Tailwind completions. Is it possible to just pull everything? Customizing your config. Own design tokens. Custom CSS. Try using first party plugin. I am not a fan here. I mean, you look at this and then you look at how easy it is to set up Bootstrap. Like, literally, you just bring down Bootstrap and you're done. You know what I mean? It's like they're like, well, we got to make it as difficult as possible because, you know, we're not Bootstrap. Do they have anything that is... Here, config, CSS, tailwind base. Optimizing for production. Recommend minifying your CSS. Like they're like, yeah, by the way, before you go to production, why don't you just minify your CSS? Because we've literally saved you nothing. Like, how dumb. Browser support, like, what is... There's got to be a Tailwind CSS. Maven. WebJar, Tailwind CSS WebJar. Spring Tailwind CSS starter prompt. What? Okay. Front end. Oh, that's using the front end Maven plugin. Okay, version, npm version, Spring Boot, source main resources. They're putting everything in source main resources, which I guess is, I guess that, I mean, technically speaking, those things should be in resources, I guess. But I've always kind of just thrown them under a WebM folder and called it a day. Like I guess it's I guess this is more of an abstraction, I suppose, and probably better from that perspective. But what we have here, front end Maven plugin node version, Yarn version. Okay, so it's using Yarn. Bring it down. Run gulp build. It's using gulp to build it. What the F is gulp? Gulp.js. It's a compiler? Is it a build script? What is it? Oh, it looks like a build script. So I guess it's npm then? Maybe? What the... Oh. For individual focus tasks, we can post them in larger operations. What the frig is it? I hate these freaking libraries that don't tell you what the hell they are. Ooh, we're this image that makes no sense. Gulp command line, gulp CLI, create project directory, package JSON, install gulp package, verify. But it's using npm to install it. What the frig is it? Gulp default cat. It's a bit. It looks like it's a build. Although they're too freaking. You know, holier than thou to just say that they're a build script. extensions, setting, wow, watching files, synchronous initial queuing. What the frig? You get someone that's speaking plain frickin' English here. So run gulp build env production. That's for release. That's the release profile. That's not dev profile. So dev arguments build. Well, run gulp build. On node and yarn. Okay, well, how's that doing anything with Tailwind? Flyway there. Bring Tailwind CSS starter. Bring boot boilerplate with user authentication and authorization as well as front-end scaffolding using Tailwind CSS and Gulp. Sure. So Tailwind Gulp file JS. What the hell does this do? Required gulp requirements production. Yeah, so it's a freaking build script. It's like Gradle. Like Jesus, all they had to do was say, "Hey, we're a build script," instead of, "Hey, we're this pretentious, more pretentious stuff." Like, just, you're a freaking build script. You're just a fancy JavaScript build script. Boom, done. Then everybody understands what the hell you're doing and why you exist. So, watch browser sync init. Rocky. Period. What the ever living F is it doing? Host 8001. Browser sync. Copy CSS and reload. Copy HTML. Copy CSS. Oh, please click here. Resources. Blah blah blah. Nope. Series copy. Okay. I mean, this looks like, this looks promising, but it also looks really inflexible. W here. It's just the run Maven, okay. Why they have those in there? Tailwind config. CSS Forms UI. It's requiring. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't even know if I want to touch this with a 20-foot pole. Tailwind. Understanding gulp path. How about that? Guess it doesn't actually do anything, huh? Silly me for thinking it should do something. Oh, I guess it's okay. Some kind of free trial nonsense here. I don't know. I'm kind of stumped here a little bit with this. What would be the way to integrate? Everybody's doing it differently here. Like, Gulp, Babel, and browsers sync. So they're using Gulp to do the live reload. I guess that would be a little bit more. I guess that would be a little bit better than having it kick off on the command line with a watch. Is to just do it live in the browser and have the browser do a live reload. That actually kind of makes some sense to me. Because browsers are good at that. And you're not doing anything wild and crazy on the command line at that point. Build, watch. A package JSON file in the root of the project. So Gulp, Babel, and browsers sync. The front end Maven plugin. So the front end plugin version. Resources. That's the whole thing, is that in order for people to put the HTML, CSS, and JS in the source main resources, they then have to tell Maven to not pull those over. Right? So it's like, why are you putting them there in the first place when you can put them where they're supposed to be? That's what boggles my mind a little bit here. Everywhere I see people like, oh, put the HTML, CSS, JS in the resources folder, they all have to do this. Like, okay, why? Why are you making extra work for yourself? For no good reason. So install front end tooling. So they've got the same thing I've got here. And then they've got run gulp build as execution, which is good because that seems like it's a lot cleaner than what I had to deal with. Get that in the plugin management. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Plugin management. And then for on a release, it just does it. It does build env production. Okay. All Tailwind. Build the process Tailwind directives in the CSS so the output is something the browser will understand. We use post CSS for that. Okay. Post CSS. Nation target classes. That is something I should look at. The I think it's target. I think the targets I had were wrong. Target deployment, web apps group. Web info. Classes? No, I guess no, I have been right. Web images, live, views. Yeah, no, that's correct. I have it right. I was doubting myself because they're putting it in the wrong spot. That's I'm like, I see target class. I'm like, wait a minute. And I realized no, they're just putting it in the wrong spot. I love it. I love it. You get all these blog posts that try to help you, and then they're not even doing stuff correctly. Great. npm run watch. Tailwind. All possible utility classes. I only use a few, remove the unused ones. Go for production. Purge CSS for this. Copy CSS. By production. Purge CSS. Production uglify CSS. Oh, okay. Which I guess means compress it. Single person says You might want to avoid any purging for the basic parts. Purge CSS and ignore. In that case, update the application CSS to look like this. Start ignore and ignore. I mean, I guess the part of this that I don't really like is that he's manually installing the stuff. I would love to just have it pull that stuff down. Like, it would be nice if it was... And I guess I don't know... use that. Gulp Watch browser... I guess I don't... like in here, it wants to bring down the node and npm and install it. And there is a gulp thing that you can install too. Probably browser sync too. Where was that? Front end. Maven plugin. Didn't it say you could... Installation directory, working directory. Only be installed locally to your project, will not be installed globally on the whole system. Installation directory. The folder where your node and npm are installed, you can set this property on different goals. Use a set for all the goals in the Maven configuration. Okay. npm darn power install running grunt gulp. Run gulp according to gulp.js in your working directory. By default, colors will show in the log. That's running it, is it? What I'm more concerned about is, will it actually bring those down? Allow skipping execution. Package manager skipped. Other build tools will also need to be skipped because they would not have been downloaded. Oh, okay. So it does automatically download them. Eclipse M2E support, including lifecycle mappings and support for incremental builds in Eclipse. Install Node and npm goal will only run on a full project build. Other goals for incremental build. Okay. So if I take, where's the, we have gulp build. Generate resources. So execution gulp build. Let's do that instead of the file tailwind thing. The goal was gulp, right? And then phases generate resource. I'll just put that in there anyway. Even though it's the default. And then under configuration, it's just build. Save that. And then using this other thing. So create a package JSON file in the root of the project. Oh, let's see how this works. Package JSON. And let's copy these as they are here. All right, so we have that script. Build watch. Okay, so that's done. Package JSON is there. And then deal for browser sync. Did they mention browser sync here? I don't think they have that there, but what about this other one that I saw? Static locations. That's not it. Guess I don't have it up anymore. Build. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Where's the help file JS there somewhere? I guess that comes down when you do gulp post CSS. Plugins. Tailwind, WordPress, post CSS. Does that come down in here? Do they have examples or something? Helper script. Node modules, npm CLI. Variables. Parse the npm commands. I don't know. Your package. Just npm behavior. Let me see what this does right now. I have a feeling it's going to be interesting times here. Do Maven update projects. See where we're at the moment. there's a node of node modules. Okay. So I created that. And then it updated the package JSON here, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. That at least gives me access to Node and NPM right away, so I can just run those. The command line to install the other things we need. Although it's under, I guess, well, once I install them, they will update. I imagine they'll update the package JSON, and then that will that run everything? Because what I want to do is have it pull down all these libraries that I need when you first run Maven. I guess I can try. Let's see what happens if I do my command line out here. If I do command prompt and I go to whatever this. Here. Comes that out. Go there and then npm install what do you have here? I think it's just the primary thing, right? So npm install this. All right. Where am I at here? Okay. So did that update anything? I don't think so. Do a refresh here. Oh, put a package JSON under there. Which makes sense. If I were So if I were to put these, how's that going to work? What if I ran that from? There was a. Oh. Wasn't there? There was a script here, right? npm command. Nope. Well, look at it. Where are we at here? npm command. Install.js. Oh, I think that's what I was looking for. I thought there was a thing here that running it in your local. Use these helper scripts. Sending your working directory to same directory as your package JSON file. node path node modules. Node modules npm. How's that different than the one that's there? Node. Ext's node. Node modules. I think it's just pushing it into that other directory. No modules. Okay. Just grab both of these, I guess. Just copy the file. Copy raw contents npm. And cmd. That. Oh, damn it! It's not a command yet. I want to just edit it. Open with text. Save that. Okay, so then I should get rid of these. Right now. And let's do this from the directory above. And we'll say npm d x node modules npm bin CLI. Your working directory. Okay. That doesn't quite work. A little frustrating. Those helpers script. Oh, Karma. So if I did no, I just tell it to do it in the other directory. That's essentially what this is doing, right? Open with editor. I mean, I could just say here. I wonder if I'm not, I might not be using the right NPM for it. I might be using the system. Yeah. Right. Do node n node pm command. Find module node modules npm CLI. Yes, yeah, it's like assuming I have something on here. Find module, yeah. I don't know why it's looking. I assume it's because it's trying to run it through. I don't even know. I don't know why it's trying to do that. So if I did do this again. This is NPM version 9.5. Is that what I was doing before? Where's it putting this at? Okay, it updated, was there. Probably good. So I'm wondering, since it updated this package JSON now, if I do if I run a Maven clean, what do we got here? If I do run as Maven clean, okay. And then run a Maven install Maven verify. How to run gulp build. Gulp.js build failed. Failed to run tab. Trying to find module gulp.js. Node already installed. Right, so it looks like it didn't actually bring that down. Which you would think would be the whole point of that. But I guess it doesn't. It assumes you already have it installed, I guess, which is. I mean, I suppose that's par for the course. So how do I install? Install the gulp package into your dev dependencies. npm install save dev gulp. Okay. guess we'll do that. Okay. 6 high severity vulnerabilities. Oh, that's terrific. No NPM audit 6. Glob parent vulnerable to regular expression denial of service enclosure reggae. Fix available via NPM audit fix. And now there's 11 vulnerability. Okay. If I run this again, what happened? We're back to 6 high again. Sure, okay. Whatever. So now I have that in there. If I ran what I just ran before. First of all, we'll run Maven clean again, just to see it from the beginning. And then Maven verify. No gulp file found. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that's kind of working, which is good. I don't know what. So what gulp file did he have here? I guess I gotta. So he did install gulp watch, browser sync, and gulp fail. So I guess I should just do all that front here. I mean, let's just do that. I was thinking that there would be another way of doing it, but I guess this technically is doing it correctly because it's saving it to the package JSON, which then hopefully in theory, once I run a clean and I run a build, it'll bring all that stuff back down again. If you don't have it, if I delete all that stuff. Let me do node. Well, that didn't work at all. they shouldn't be surprised. The break. The hell? There it is. On here. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Just for the sake of argument, I know it's going to fail again with say no gulp file, but curious here. So I got package. Okay, so let's get all this stuff in there now. If I delete the node folder. Everything in it. I believe when I do I'm gonna run Maven clean again. Oh crap! It's put a node modules in here. Get rid of that and see if that reappears again. I don't want that. I want everything under the one spot. Okay, so we run and clean again just for the sake of it. Alright, and then run and verify. Can't find gulp here. So it didn't really do what I wanted it to do. Super annoying. This feels like something no one really tested. Installation energy folder where your node npm are installed. You can set this property on different goals, or choose to set it for all the goals in the Maven configuration. Your node npm packages will always be installed in node modules next to your package JSON, which is the default npm behavior. The optional configuration. Working directory is where you've put package.json and your front-end configuration files. The default working directory is your project's base directory. This is what I want. Those npm packages will always be installed in node modules next to your package.json. There's default npm behavior. So that suggests that there's gonna be 2 node modules. The one's just under the node folder. I guess it's fine there. But it's yes. Front. That's the reposing use of root. Configure requires authentication. Node.js. But then, how would you? Your working directory. But I don't understand there. That's really weird. Ooh, man, it is late. I have gone on for a very long time here. Much longer than I anticipated. I should probably go eat something since it's like 8:30 now. Let's I'll have to put a pin in this right now because what a mess. The whole thing's just kind of a mess here. Because even with like the Sass plugin, like that won't automatically compile the Sass stuff, the CSS stuff. So I'm wondering if I should even bother with SCSS at all. Just use the Tailwind stuff and just use regular CSS. I'm kind of leaning in that direction now. So we'll see there. The front end Maven plugin is installing stuff, and it looks like it wants to run stuff, but it's not. It's a real freaking mess. Like it's putting things kind of all over the place here. And it's not real. It doesn't look like it's really running the package JSON. It looks like it's got its own here. So I don't know what's supposed to be happening there. JavaScript package manager. Well, I guess a lot of that just came down from Node, I guess. Maybe that's the correct thing for that. So it brought Node and npm down, fans down. But then it doesn't look like it's running these, which I guess that would just be another thing that I have to run before I ran Gulp here. Like this is just installing it. And I guess I would just have to run npm something. Yes. npm install maybe or something to actually bring down the rest of my stuff. npm install. That's what they have here. They have the npm install, which I think is what I'm missing. Let's try that. Try the copy this. And we'll just do an npm install. I have that there, and then I can do run as maven clean, and then run as maven verify. Okay. And okay, we're back to no gulp file found, which is correct. So okay, so that's what I was missing there. Then what did that put a node modules here somewhere? It did. Okay. With all my node modules I needed. All right, so that's what I was missing. So that makes sense there. And then this is just node itself that it brought down, which is also good. That's self-contained. I don't know if I need the npm, cmd, and npm now, because I don't know that those make sense. I guess they make sense now. They'll probably make sense now more that this is actually running. So maybe I'll leave those there. And then the package JSON package lock. Okay, so that's a little bit better. I wonder. Then all I really need is to follow this guy's gulp config here, which I have no idea. Update the copy CSS task in gulp file JS. Which is weird. He's like updated in there, but I don't think he ever said to create a gulp file JS. I'm wondering if I have to run your package JSON file in your project directory, dev gulp version. Oh yeah, just like create a file named gulp file JS in your project root with these contents. Default task. So default test will run and do nothing. I guess I just copy that. And we do a new file. Yes. Save that. And I guess it's where we come in here. add this line to top of file. Post CSS. And build task, copy CSS, blah, 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 blah. What do I have here? Default task. The copy CSS. Oh, I guess that must be from post CSS here, right? Module usage, parcel webpack gulp. There it is. Use gulp post CSS and gulp source map. Where do I put that? Where exactly do I put that at? This code for your default task here. I don't know what CB is. Oh, it's a variable that comes in? I guess you gotta call that to do whatever. Anyway, they're not using semicolons are optional now, apparently. Anyway, but auto prefixer post CSS. I assume that's how you're supposed to do that, but I have no clue. But I'm going to leave it that way for now. So I think we've made progress along there. Definitely made other progress in the project. I'm not going to commit anything right now, though, because it's just going to be broke as hell. Well, I guess technically the build is still broken anyway, so I guess it doesn't hurt anything. But I also need to like ignore all the node stuff and whatnot, so we'll leave it at this for right now, my friends. In the meantime, I need to go get some food and other things. But we, as usual, I think yeah, some progress has been made, some decent progress. Despite my non-love of a few of these things I'm setting up here, but we're getting there. externalized strings is probably going to be the easiest of all these. I do have the headers in place, and the cores setup seem to be working, so I'm just going to kind of throw those over on complete here. Still working on a basic structure setup for ThymeLeaf because I wanted to be able to see the difference once I get like the CSS and all that stuff in there first. The MFA stuff is technically done. There's still a little bit more I want to do here, but I also want to do some testing, so I'm leaving that in progress. Yeah. And I have, I guess I am setting up Tailwind right now. What else? Was there something else in here? With respect to... Oh, I did have security geo IP based check. I guess I'll put that on there. I thought I had that on there somewhere, and I ended up adding it again. So I have that. And I think that is everything else here. For now, we got a few things moved around. So that's good. But yeah, that will do it for me for this streaming week, my friends. Thank you everyone so much for hanging around and keep me company and all of those things. I am off, no streams tomorrow or Monday as per usual. Tuesday and Wednesday I'll be back with, well, Tuesday at least I'll be back with finishing up Assassin's Creed Russia. And then we'll have to see what I move on to after that. I'm not sure yet. I have to look. See what is next on the list. Probably Realms of Magic, if I'm to take a guess. And then Thursday and probably Friday I'll be doing some more Everspace 2, and then next Saturday right back here again with some more coding. So that is the schedule as I know it, my friends. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.